Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the regular council meeting for April 28th. Call meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Right off the bat, we're going to recognize that today is the National Day of Mourning. We're going to do a minute of silence. We're also going to do a minute of silence for a ratepayer that was very active in our community and has also passed. So if we could recognize a minute of silence, I'd appreciate that, please. All right, carrying on. Is there any additions to the agenda, Mr. Naka?
I have one item. They're all similar concerns. It's just you could have a discussion on the issues we're having some of our main collector roads. Sort of discussion on where to from here.
8.7 Movie roads.
That's the only item I have.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch base on the same thing, roads and water and specifically Range Road 185.
Is that another item or do you want to discuss?
No, I think it can all fall in the same, I think.
We'll classify the roads and drainage, I guess. Mr. Gross?
Yes, licensed drainages, licensed drainages in the county and, how many there are, how many are licensed to the county, how many are licensed to private people?
Under the roads and stuff, I just have one that I'd mentioned to our public works, so I'll bring it up then also.
No, nothing that'll be covered in that.
There's no other additions. Can we have somebody adopt the 28th meeting as amended?
I do that. Lamont County Council adopt the 2026 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried. You guys have had time to read the minutes of last meeting on the 14th. If there's no errors or omissions, could have somebody make a motion to adopt it as presented.
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt the April 14th, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All right, all in favor? Carried. We don't have any public hearings right now, but we do have delegations today. Welcome everybody. We'll start off with Battle River Co-op with Ryan Simmons. Just had Ryan for names, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I'm Bill Clausen, I'm the CEO of Battle River Co-op.
Okay, perfect. Bill, nice
Ryan's
to
our
meet you.
communications manager, he's set this up, and we're hoping to have our chief operating officer here too, but so anyways, are you guys gonna go through the slides?
Yeah, she'll get them going for you here. So if you guys want, we can give ourselves a quick introduction too.
Okay, sure, sorry.
I'm starting to burn the far side over there.
Ryan Acton, Councilor Division 4, which is the northeast corner, the Anvil area.
John, you can have Division 3, kind of central to the north.
Gerald Turowski, Division 1, Madera area, Madera is the southeast area.
I'm Eric Wick. I'm from Lamont South, southwest area. Training village and that type of stuff.
Neil Adams, the chair of the board of MRA. 35, 40 years, and then I took over for 2, and then you guys took us over.
Yeah. Have we disappointed you?
Sorry.
Have we disappointed you at all?
Well,
We'll get there.
we got a few things, but anyway, I was on there when you guys took over.
Yeah, okay.
But, the REA meetings are always held at our place for years and years and years.
Yeah. So I started here in 2019, with Bob River, took over from the lady that retired. Brian here, he's been here just the last almost 2 years. Yeah. So anyways, lots what I just tell you about us, but it comes to kind of a point. So anyways, we go to the very first one. We currently serve about 10,200 members. Battle River has just under 9,000 themselves, and then we serve several other REAs. Westwood Hathwood being one, and Lindale being another. And right now, we've been kind of under attack for the last while by the investor-owned utilities. And so we're here today just to kind of walk through where we come from and kind of why it's important for us to meet here. Okay. Brian did up the PowerPoint in that, so anyways, you can just put it on the next slide. If you want the next slide. I'm just gonna read through it because I don't want to take your guys' time if you already read it. We do have, you guys all I'm sure are aware of rural election associations. If not, I can take a deeper dive into it. But the one thing we should note is that we currently have 619 services within your guys' municipal boundaries, which serves about 1,486 residents, or around, I guess, 38% of your citizens. We want to go to the next one. I'm just going to rip through these. Local governance, we have a board of 15, so I kind of admire that you guys are doing this with 5, but it's I worked for the municipal district of Leicester River for 3 years, in the transportation side of things. So I have some background in local government, and I truly appreciate what everybody does because it's a pretty thankless job. We do have very affordable rates. Some of our rates are kind of wouldn't be what we would have if we didn't have government interference on it, but right now, as it stands, we're about 30 to 40% less than the investor-owned utility, and that. So we have 66 employees that do all this work. Model compared. We follow the cooperative principles. There's 7 of them. So this one here, where we're coming from today, is concern for community, for the RE community itself. If you want to move to the next one. We'll just give the map of where we are. We're kind of spread all the way from Great Valley, all the way over to Wainwright, from Bruderheim down to Alex. So, and we're currently in the process of making taking advantage of some opportunities that may consolidate more REAs to work with us, just because of the pressure that's being put on us. It's the next one, please. There's our friendly bunch there. We have 3 directors within your area: Don Moman, John Winnick, and David Thomas. I don't know if you guys know them, but they cause trouble on my board. And if you go to the next one, you'll see where they're located within your guys' area up there. One of our key things, if we go to the next slide, just around transparency, our decision making is local. The members, we truly believe in the power of the membership. So if members call in, they if an issue arises or whatever, it just continually gets escalated until we can get a result. So if it gets to me and we can't resolve it, then it goes to the board, and the member comes in and has that discussion. Just around affordability, kind of touched on that. We are very good at what, but
we're not for profit versus an investor owned utility is for profit, two different business models. And so with that there, we don't try to compete on that there. It's just, it's the way of the nature of the business now. We're regulated under the Rural Utilities Act. They're regulated by the Alberta Utilities Commission. So there's a separation of how things work, and we find it a little bit stressful because without being part of the Alberta Utilities Commission, we have a very difficult time having a voice there. So they look at who they regulate, and then we're kind of secondary to that. Our chief operating officer, Kevin Zielicki, he just joined us here. So said it was, he's a brilliant one. He's the engineer. We won't hold it against him. If we go to the next one, please. So we do collaborate with the investment utilities. We do work with them. Our system is intermingled, so we could own 5 miles, we could own 6 miles line, they could own the next 10. So it's kind of problematic trying to coordinate, but we make it work on our end. They would like to see us disappear. It's as simple as that. On member savings, just so to get some kind of idea of that, we saved $88 million in the last 8 years for our members. Membership. The last they saved in comparison to the investor-owned utility, that's went up to 1,543 as of last year, and the reasoning for that is just because of the escalation in their distribution terms. So we're not keeping pace with them, but we don't need to because we don't have to pay back to our members any kind of dividend or anything. Go to the next one. Even past that one, sorry, I was going a little fast and didn't keep up. Community investment, more than 30 million to the Alberta wide initiatives that strengthen the province as a whole. So we walk the talk. If you go to the next one there, we have 89 cents of every dollar stays in Alberta, and 99.98% of our total spending remains in Canada. And that's just the items typically are the year stays here. So this is the crux of the matter. If we go to the 302-326, just in November, we had an issue come up. We seen a hearing go through for the Alberta Utilities Commission for Strathcona County, which is a specialized municipality. It quite concerned us because it was for a municipal franchise agreement with the county itself, which is problematic for us because in the past, when municipal franchise agreements have been handed out, they've typically been on an urban nature. Seeing here is that the Fortis and the AUC pivoted and they made it a broader municipal franchise agreement. They changed the wording within the agreement itself, and it brought it kind of full circle to potentially allow it for the entire county. So the MGA doesn't discern between municipal or rural, urban or rural. And that's where it becomes problematic for us because we exist in the rural part of it. We don't go within the boundaries of the urban side. So we look at this as very concerning. It was for a portion of Sherwood Park that they would be expanding out on. You guys have probably drove by where they're doing that. For us, we were looking at it and we were going, it raised significant alarm bells because it's contrary to our existence. So when we looked at this, we challenged the AUC and Fortis on this year, and we lost. We've got one paragraph in response to what, which really didn't explain a lot. So now we're at the Court of Appeals with it. And that hearing will be at the end of May here to see if they'll hear it. it's problematic that it's what we're dealing with is three different legislations, the MGA, Rural Utilities Act, and the Electric Utilities Act. So those three they allow for us to exist. Well, the two allow for us to exist. The MGA, it's not, we're not really part of it, and nor should we be. But at the same time, our right to exist is given to us under the Rural Utilities Act. So we're not challenging anything on the MGA other than we're saying, hey, we have a right to exist. The legislations were put in place to be read as all the legislations, not just one or the other. So this is why we're here today. Is we're here to ask you to allow us to have a seat at the table if they come to you with one of these agreements. In the last month and a half, they've already approached Lethbridge County, and they have they're doing the same thing there. And it's what our concern is, they're building a basis to be able to expand this outwards. And eventually REAs will come to non-exist if we go down this path. We've been here for I think this is our 77th year. So I'd hate to be the guy that has to turn the lights out on our way out of this. We have a right to be here, and we just ask that actually we implore that if they come to you and ask for you guys to sign a municipal franchise agreement, that we at least are considered a stakeholder, and that you bring us to have that conversation too. So that's a lot.
Great, no, perfect. We can have any questions.
Hammering, yeah.
But it's so. I don't know what I rate for power is, what is yours for, say, a standard farm?
Because you have different sizes of service. So if we have residential rates, so if you were just residential, we're competitive with Fortis. If you have a farm rate, so whether it's 5 amps or what is it? 50. Oh yeah, 50 amp service, or a 5 kVA transformer, 7.5, 15. It ranges from about $60 to up to about $120, depending on the size of your service.
I think he's asking the power rate, it's not our rate.
Oh,
Kilowatt hour.
okay. So for an energy rate, yes, we're at 13 cents for under the roller, which we have no real how do you say it, ability to do anything with. Our fixed energy rate through Frontier Energy, which is a division of us, is 7.75 cents. If you look at the average rate of retailers on the UCA, they're about 8.6 cents for fixed energy rate. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Can I add a comment to that?
Sure.
If I'm okay with that? So a lot of people, part of sorry, my name's Kevin.
Yeah.
So part of the issue that we run into when people look at their power bills, they always look at what their energy rate is. That's only a small portion. That's that's a third of your bill. The other parts are the transmission tariffs and the distribution tariffs. So when you look at the bill itself, looking at energy, that fluctuates month to month because that's how much you use. And that's based upon that kilowatt hour rate. Bigger one that we always have people remember to focus on is look at that distribution tariff to see what you're paying for that, because the transmission tariff, all utilities, so Fortis and ourselves, we collect that and we give that to the transmission authority. So that's just a flow through cost. So they determine what that is. We collect it on their behalf and push it forward. The distribution tariff is what we collect as an organization to operate. And same thing, that's what Fortis uses to collect to operate themselves. When I look at the size of service, we talk about a farm service. On the very small end of it, the really small farms, we are less than them, but not by much. As that farm grows in size, that distance between us grows significantly. I have an example. Is I had a dairy farm that was putting in a service. So it was a 200 amp service they were looking at putting in. And they had asked and say what the difference was back and forth between it. When I ran through the numbers, because they had another 200 amp service on their property, when I ran those numbers in this new service, it would have cost them an extra $10,000 to $12,000 a year to have it under a Fortis service versus our service. So the significance for rural is large. And we pride ourselves in that as we try and keep electricity affordable. We have problems here in the province as it is now about affordability. We do all we can to try and maintain that so that we can be as affordable as possible. Right now, if you were part of the RMA, you saw what ATCO and that fight they're having right now with the cost of distribution charges and services across ATCO territory in comparison to the province and how it's getting out of control. That's one of the interesting parts of it, is that we do all we can to try and keep that cost as low as possible. We find that when it comes into the large utilities, they're there to make money. That's what their job is. They're there to pay investors, to pay their shareholders. That's not what we do. We're here to pay our shareholders, but that's members. So we're here to try and give them as best money they can so they can continue to survive in the counties themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else?
What power does it give them guys that they got this track going now? What is it? They took all the power lines over, you guys are out, or what's that?
No, it's limited to an area, but the municipal franchise agreement actually gives them the ability to expand that to the entire Strathcona County.
Yeah, but what does that give them?
It would eventually, what it would do is they would be able to force us out. Is that they would take over our membership. When we sat down with Strathcona County, they didn't see that ramification, but they're very live to it now. And it's concerning to them because that was their intent. And when they were setting it up, what they expired in that, and so they were just reestablishing it. The intent was honest, there was no motive, but our experience is that there's always more to things than what meets the eye. So we're constantly just doing what we can to survive.
I had a comment to that as well. So where to go?
Yeah.
So when they signed this MFA, this franchise agreement, this special area, the reason why, like when I got to the AUC side of it, AUC wasn't super concerned at that point because it didn't include any of our area. So this franchise agreement they signed was limited to an area that was already 100% covered by Fortis. Our concern in moving forward is this is just a stepping stone to try to test the waters and set up that process and say, well, it worked for this part. And that's what we're finding on Lethbridge. There are no REAs in that county. So Fortis has gone ahead, this is another attempt for them to say, okay, well, we're gonna push this forward, because then we set precedents that, well, it does work, look, it does work. It might work, but there's nobody that going against it, because there's no REA in that location right now. But what it does do is sets that precedent moving forward and say, well, you know, these work, look, they're working. True, but there was never any opposition to it because there were no REAs in those areas. As soon as an REA gets into this area, we do have opposition, because just like an MFA, part of the verbiage in that MFA is that there cannot be any other utilities in that area, which initially sets up a full monopoly for Fortis when that's signed. Okay, so there's a difference.
So how come there are no REAs there? Were there and they got bought out over time?
Most likely, REAs didn't cover the entire province. There were pieces here and there as the electrical in rural areas grew. So it might have been taken over by, at that time, probably Canada or Canadian Utilities. But as REAs, they change, then if they no longer wish to function, then they can sell, or they can be annexed, or sorry, they can be amalgamated. That's an REA's choice. So at some point in time, there might have been one there, I don't know, but there's none there right now. Okay.
So what would happen, so relatives that built a new farm in Strathcona County. I know that they were having issues with getting power. They ended up going to Battle River, and it did come in at like it was $12,000 less just for their pole and their 200 amp service. if if they were to expand, does that change rates for somebody else coming in or people that have just signed on, or would their agreement still be met?
No,
Well,
no, because they would now fall under forest rates, so whatever the applicable forest rate is, would fall into it. And same thing, the same thing with energy contracts, when Bill had mentioned our energy contract, that's an energy contract for RA members. Not that we don't want to, but we're not allowed to sell energy outside to non-members. We're a not-for-profit so we're there to provide benefit to members. We can't sell outside, that gets us into a problematic area. So if they had a contract, their distribution tariff, that would be switched over.
So just to add a little bit of context too, is Fortis doesn't sell energy. They only sell distribution. Yeah. They sold their energy rates to Epcor.
any other questions? Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you for your presentation. Happy speech.
Thank you. All right, we will make a motion to take their presentation as information.
That Lamont County Council accept the presentation from Battle River Co-op, Brian Simmons and Bill Caslin as information.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Got it.
Carried. All right, moving on, we have the representative from the government of Alberta for West Coast Pipeline Project, Sustrio Karen Zareth.
Speaker and council, the delegation will be online.
Okay.
We are on Zoom.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'll just wait for the green light.
Yeah. They're just bringing you up on the camera right now.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Welcome.
Can you hear us?
I can
Can you
hear
hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, good morning, public, council, administration, and members of the public. My name's Kareem Zarifa, and I'm joined this morning with my colleague Chris O'Neill, who's also online. I did have the privilege of meeting you, Reeve and Councillor Anik, and Lentis in 2023. So nice to virtually see you. Sorry we couldn't be there in person. We are trying to logistically coordinate many engagements with various municipalities. So we represent and are working for the government of Alberta, who is for now the proponent for this early stage feasibility of the West Coast oil pipeline project. Before I start, I do want to thank the CAO, your CAO city manager, for getting us on the agenda in such short notice. And over the next 15 minutes, we will walk you through a short presentation, but our ultimate goal today is to listen to you, seek your inputs, your thoughts, your questions, your concerns, and how you'd like to be engaged on a go forward on the project. And we will bring that back to the broader team within the GOA. Chris and I can't promise we're going to have all the answers today for you, but we will commit, if we don't have the answers, to circle back with your team at a later date. So Chris, are we sharing? Is the presentation up, or do we have to share it? I did submit the.
Here.
Okay.
Should be visible now.
Council and admin, can you see the presentation? Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us now again?
Yeah. Can you guys see our presentation?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, Chris, would you mind going to slide 2, please? Okay, I did cover this a little bit. I'm gonna try to keep this brief within 15 so we can really get into the meat and potatoes of your feedback at the end. But we represent the government of Alberta, and I think I
We're having a little
sorry.
bit of internet interruption there today, but just keep carrying on and we'll keep working with you to make sure we get it all up here.
Okay. So the government of Alberta is planning or has a plan to submit a proposal, and I want to be crystal clear that it's a proposal, not an application, to the Major Projects Office for a West Coast oil pipeline project by July 1st, 2026. So in a couple of months. The MPMO office, if you haven't heard, was established by the federal government in 2025 to streamline the approval and development of major infrastructure projects considered to be in the national interest. So we have a structured team who is working on what we're calling the pre-engagement of this project. And the team includes Indigenous and non-Indigenous engagement professionals, communication staff, and a full technical team working on the project. Again, if you've probably heard about the MOU, but if you haven't, the MOU that was announced back in November is between Alberta and the federal government, and it commits both governments to explore and advance the feasibility of a new crude oil pipeline to Canada's west coast. And part of that is an Indigenous partnership opportunity in the project. The last bullet here just reiterates that we believe that the project is in Canada's national interest because it strengthens energy security, it expands global market access, generates economic growth and public revenue, and creates long-term economic opportunities. Can we go to the next slide, Chris? Chris, I think you'll have to mute your line because there's a bit of feedback. So Alberta and these commitments and values are commitments and values that the government of Alberta has committed to vis-a-vis the project, and they are on their website. So I'll briefly touch on all of them. The first one is community first, and that's really a commitment to high quality early engagement with key stakeholders and Indigenous groups, and that's why Chris and I are here to get your input on it. 2 is stronger together, and that's really about partnerships and shared benefits. 3 is sustainability. That includes environmental, social sustainability, as well as incorporating traditional knowledge into the project development. The bottom row has your voice matters, and that's a really important point there because this is really about getting input from everybody on this project so that it can be taken back and incorporated into project planning and development at a later stage. Grounded understanding, again, goes back to listening and why Chris and I are here to really understand your council's priorities and concerns, opportunities vis-a-vis the project. And I think the last bucket is the most important one, is really about building trust, which is really about identifying and addressing issues early in this dialogue so we can take them back to the technical team. Next slide, Chris. So you're probably wondering, show me the right of way, show me the line on the map. So I just want to be clear. At this point, there's no specific project route. It's still in the early stages of feasibility. And down the road, we will likely come back and have something to present. But for now, we don't have a route selected. And so what we're actually engaging on is the project concept and beginning to sort of engage and dialogue with your county. We're also trying to understand, primarily maybe from your administration, how you would like us to engage and communicate on a go forward. And then the last point here is really around what I kind of mentioned at the beginning is trying to get any questions, thoughts, feedback from your council and admin so that we can take it back and get that to the technical team. Next slide, please, Chris. So as I mentioned earlier, the Alberta government has not selected a route or a facility location. And we are completing early stage discovery to explore the feasibility of this project with the goal of filing the submission to the MPMO in July. And so, again, Chris and I don't have a right away for you, but I think what's really important is that we're out early, listening and trying to take that back to the broader team to get your input. Chris, let's go to the schedule slide or project timeline slide. So just a quick overview on the timeline. Back in the fall of 2025, engagement and early work started. That was really around building relationships and starting conversations with Indigenous communities on both sides of the border. So on the Alberta side, as well as on the BC side. Then in October, the project was announced. The government of Alberta announced plans to advance a submission to the Major Projects Office for this West Coast oil pipeline. By November, the MOU was signed between Canada and the Alberta government. And one of the declarations in that MOU stated that there would be an Indigenous-owned Alberta pipeline that would ultimately open market access to Asian markets. So we're in this white box right now where we are compiling a submission that will be made to the MPMO office in July. And so there's a technical advisory group working on that. And the work that our team's doing on the pre-engagement work, so soliciting input from yourselves and other municipalities and towns will be taken back to inform that submission. And then the ultimate goal is by July, having that submission into the MPMO so that the project can be considered a project of national interest. Next slide, Chris. I think I'm running out of time, so I'll try to make this brief. So obviously, environment and safety are paramount to the success of this project. The government of Alberta is committed to understanding and managing in the environmental risks comprehensively and incorporating that into the planning and doing it early. There is a recognition that communities have raised, some important issues and concerns around potential risks, whether it be spills, waterways, caribou, salmon, traditional land use, and sensitive areas, both coastal and non-coastal. And those are being considered by the technical team, and appropriate mitigations will be put in place eventually. And so again, I want to emphasize we're in the early planning phase and trying to solicit as much input as we can, in this case from your county. Next slide, Chris. The next two slides are very text heavy, and I'll just make one comment, and that is the province of Alberta is very committed to working together to protect land and water. If the project does proceed and move forward, there will be appropriate ERPs, safe shipping practices, marine safety, risk management, etc. And that carries forward to the next slide, Chris, please, which is about the pipeline safety. Again, pipeline safety is also paramount, and the province of Alberta is committed to prevention as a top priority during construction and operation. Again, there's a lot of text here and I don't have a tremendous amount of time. So happy to take questions. Can you go to the economic slide, please? Thank you, Chris. So this slide really at a high level speaks to the economic opportunities. So the MOU between Alberta and Canada's government regarding the project affirms that Indigenous communities will be true partners and have economic opportunities and long-term prosperity. And these opportunities associated with the proposed project include employment, training, contracting, and procurement packages, which is very consistent with other major infrastructure projects, in Alberta. The scope and the timing of these opportunities, again, will be much more clear down the road as the project advances and we get more detailed project planning completed. But at this point, we're still in the early stages. So this is my last slide, Council, and it really speaks to, again, we want to have a dialogue. We want to understand how you want to be engaged. And we have a series of questions here to maybe spark a conversation if you don't have any questions for Chris and I once we conclude speaking. But we want to thank you for having us. Thank you for administration for getting us on the agenda, and apologies that we couldn't be there in person, but we will commit to, if we have to come back with any information, we will come back and attempt to come back in person. So open for any questions, comments, because we're going to listen now and mute ourselves.
Thank you, Grim, for your presentation. I know that I can say on behalf of council that we are a member of Heartland and very interested in having the pipelines go through as long as, like you said, they're environmentally sound and safe for everybody. Is there anybody else that has any questions or comments?
As long as we're being informed as it's out there. Yes. Support.
Is there more than one pipeline that's going through, or is this basically one pipeline? Where's the start, where's the finish of these pipelines? Or that's still in progress?
Yeah, that's a good question through the chair to the councillor. There will be one pipeline going from east to west is all I can say right now. The final determination of the right of way is there are a few options being considered, and at this point one hasn't been selected, but the idea is to get out prior to having a selection, a right of way selected and solicit input. So again, just to reiterate, it will be one pipeline from east to west.
Okay, thank you.
I think the only thing is just, let's do a follow-up and keep us informed on how your progress is making out. Because like I said, being here in the Heartland is we have a large potential for industry, and a pipeline from the east to west coast would be very beneficial to not just our municipality, but adjacent municipalities.
Thank you for that.
So, appreciate your time. If we have no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation, and we will see you again.
Thanks very much for having us. Have a great week, and bye for now.
Thanks. Bye. All right, can I have somebody make a motion and we take their presentation as information, please?
Sure. Lamont County Council accept the presentation from Sustrio Karim Zarefa regarding the West Coast Pipeline Project as information.
All right, all in favor? Period. All right, moving on. We don't have any bylaws at this point in time, so we're gonna go to number 7, unfinished business.
Was in January and on April 14th. And at the April 14th meeting, a report was brought forward to notify council on rescue unit 5228, which had failed re-inspection. Administration commented Alberta Transportation and the photos of the unit that were people looked like it condition and would be rejected under section 8. Subsection 6, frame rails and mounts of the vehicle inspection manual. And re-inspection by a third party was recommended that would provide a second opinion. Attached to this report are the pictures, and administration was provided a list of inspection capabilities if council is seeking a second opinion, whether inspection should be included. Any thoughts on the discussion?
Okay, so you guys have had all time to see the pictures and see the issue that has with the frame. Is there any questions or concerns? We brought this forward to get a couple of extra opinions on it. Anybody, what do you?
Yeah, the question I got is the truck's got 40,000 kilometers on it. And I can't, the estimate we got here, for the rust alone is almost $60,000, $69,502. And, the first estimate for a single axle truck to get brakes and stuff done was, upward around, I think it was 18 or 19,000 for the safety, and that's $79,000. Of repairs to the truck of 40,000 kilometers.
Okay, well, knowing that none of us can receive it, we do have somebody in the delegation here to help us out.
Good morning. So that thing is like that. So by law for the violation, to pass the safety, if it's anything over an inch, it's not passed. If it's less than an inch, let's say 0.8, it's passable. So an inch is that much. Would be the picture shows too bad for you guys, but it's not too bad for us. Because an inch is not passed. 0.8, 0.9 by law is passed. That last there is over 30 years. And the last couple of years when we keep inspected, it comes very hard. And the quote, I don't know how you guys define $90,000 quote for brake job, but that's not what I do. I have all my quotes here and all my notes. And that third part to replace the chassis, I asked those guys to come out here because I want second opinion because we are not chassis guys. The worst case scenario was, and I say, okay, why do you guys want $57,000 in order to keep and the chassis is not car to that car? We can remove the body, we can here. Because like I say, that's is filled up there for but no, it's less than it's going to take us probably a couple of days over. We can remove the as much as we can. If we can pass the safety, it's our work to do. So very important. So that unit has a sticky and soft push. That I don't know how it's. So, the scenario, if money test comes and slightly better because so, still operating. But more people. It's now see these scams. The scams are slightly existed, plates, parts, and all that. The worst case scenario in the green that so the one is asking to fix new time. The customer is asking, the money is asking me, so I will 6 new vision. So, let's say somebody walks in my business and says, if that's what's wrong my place. And I say, okay, this comes to mistake concept, I won't listen it. We have cheaper times. No, I won't listen it. What I have told you, listen it. Right? And after I see on the papers, bad reputation for my business. For what? I deal with accounting so many years, and even Mr. Harvey's here, I tell you guys a lot. I say you guys a lot. Even 3 years ago, when the fee came out, because you guys you have the hope, the number from the grant subjects fell out. The fee could you $77,000. I fixed it with $1,800. We're fixing your trucks 2 years old. We buy even two more cheaper from the dealer and everything, and I get the account. I'm not saying we don't make mistakes. We make mistakes, like last year, I did the account, send the account. Peter calls home and says, hey, yes, you're new mechanic, you put the tires back. I found you away. We do mistakes too, but we have good communication with Mr. Darby, Mr. Boyle, with the mechanics there, like I say, always we do mistakes. But I feel like you guys, you put me in the middle between you guys and the fire department, because somebody wants new fire truck, you guys don't want, but that's not my job, I'm not a politician.
Yeah.
I don't do the quotes huge. I do what I believe.
Okay.
Right? And like I said, by law, over an inch is not possible. Inch is not marked. On the picture, is shown to you guys is bad. But for us, it's not that bad to get rid of the truck. We can remove the box myself, we can clean it, we put it back home with 5-6 days or even a week labor, and it's gonna be less than half inch between chassis and frame box, and still for another 30 years gonna be good, because those trucks, when I do service and I check every invoice, they don't make over 2,000 kilometers a year. After I have another question, I have guys explain why we replace the mud flaps on a new fire truck. Like I say, I try to save you money here. But nobody came to me and asked me, Elias, why you change mud flaps? Let's be honest. Why you complain? We changed those mud flaps because those fire trucks, we noticed the last couple of years, one light bulb is $190. One light bulb is special light. Those steps underneath has special LED light bulbs. The mud flaps by the dealer, they don't cover it. And we say, okay, let's spend on our labor, $50 for 2 mud flaps, $150. Make longer mud flaps so we can save those LEDs. If you see any invoice the last 3 years, we never change one light. How much money we save? If I wasn't honest, I can leave it like the dealers with the same mud flaps and say, that's right.
So who asked for Michelin tires? Like, I know every,
The fire department wants recently.
yeah, I know, because we go in our days of the tire of choice for all new fire trucks we see there, Goodyear, there, what about couple $100 a tire cheaper, so.
It's way more cheaper, the good, like, we can put good here, we can put 100. Even we had that conversation together, right? I can put 100, I can put Big Goodrich, I can put good gear, or I can put China tires. But those tires have to be max rate, 120 kilometers speed per hour, because it's power bikes. Like 120 kilometers an hour, that speed has to have the leather 8. We can buy Big Goodrich, we can buy good gear, we can buy whatever you guys want, and whatever we feel safe, and we can save money. But like I said, the guys want only whiskey. I can put something else if you guys want only whiskey.
I guess before we get too crazy, does it actually need tires?
Like every 7 years, like no, every 7 years, those tires expire.
Yeah.
If it's a fire truck, you have to replace it. If it's semi truck for a county, we don't have to replace it. For that, always we give those old ones back because steel is 90% life.
Yeah.
And the guys, they use it to their own semi trucks and the trailers.
So that's why we've been ordering new trucks and trailers with the same size tires as fire trucks.
So we're not from the guy.
Some of them have, instead of 11, 22.5, they're 1200, 22.5, but if you call 8 on a truck, that's what I got on my water truck, it's better on the forward.
Just a couple of those has to have no 11, 22.5s, has to have 12.
Yeah.
22.5 because heavier tire, those trucks are very heavy.
And then it's good for our tanker trucks after and our gravel trucks and stuff.
Yeah,
That
and
area.
basically the kilometers they do in those trucks, they don't even work now the 10%.
So the S cams and stuff, maybe they need to get on a different program for grease, because for them.
Like we grease it once every 6 months, that's it. I can go every day out there and grease it. We grease it once every 6 months.
So for the cams to be,
That's my job.
S cams to be sticky at 40,000 kilometers,
Like-
it's not getting enough grease.
Yes, because you have basically to grease for every week. Right?
So
And
this,
like I say, if you don't use the brakes, of course, when it comes to those fire trucks, they don't use it every day. That's the point, that's the thing.
okay, so this truck can be fixed and passed. under
It's 100%, like 100% we can fix it in person, and like I say, for the worst case scenario, the brakes is going to be around $7,000, but I don't know until I remove it. Like,
Well, exactly.
and the box, I don't know how long it's gonna take because that's the first time the same page. Because you guys have a big shop crane, we're gonna remove the box, I don't know if you're behind story, right? That's, we try to communicate each other, all of us will make mistake. Right, but we try to communicate, that truck is not to go to the garbage, like for me. If you guys, you keep buying the trucks, I lose money because.
Nobody fixes new trucks.
Like the new truck we did safety 2 weeks ago, I questioned the dealer. And the dealer, sorry for my,
No.
they tried to give me share.
Yeah.
Brand new brakes is touching more than 30% on a brand new vehicle. And still we're back and forth with emails because I'm pretty sure that truck next year, you can need new brakes, new brake drums, and you guys can come to me and you say, hey guys, that truck has 43,000 K, why you put new brake drums?
Yeah.
And already it's brand new with 200 meters, how many, not even 100 kilometers, and the brakes are back because it's the design.
You can see our price, we get think 59,500.
I told
Russ,
those guys
yeah,
that they came out here.
Yeah, I know, but that's what presented to us, we don't know what they're, I don't really want a new truck, but we can't afford it.
Because you guys, you shouldn't have my call too, right? But it does the same thing for the rest, because like I say, it's first time we do that job, I don't know how long it can take.
Right.
Like by book, by law, if it's over an inch, it's not possible. You guys, you see the pictures, but an inch is not thick,
Absolutely.
right? 0.8 is fast. I understand those fire trucks, they are old. But they have good engines, good hours, and that truck I wish to has 28,000 kilometers. I don't know if before it was going to a million and zero down, I don't believe that. I think those the 100 kilometers.
I think that truck is in 1996, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think it was.
30 years old.
Yeah.
96 years, exactly 30 years.
Yeah, so the only thing that weird thing that I think one of the reasons why is because of the age range that it has to be in to be insured or
Yeah.
usable for our guys.
I think that because the rest is rescue, doesn't matter the age.
Yeah, that's a different class.
That's a different class, like completely different.
Okay.
Right? Just for me, my biggest concern is because I'm owner of a small business and I always try to be nice to everybody.
Yeah.
And I see like you guys, you put that reputation to the newspapers for my business. It's like you guys, you photograph my business.
Yeah,
Well, we get a truck with 40,000 kilometers and we get a total of $77,000 worth of repairs. There's something wrong.
No, I understand that.
Yeah,
I understand.
that's what they give us. I know they want a new truck, but they got at our meeting, so,
So
and they were.
if you guys, please and thank you, can change that for us,
yeah,
for my business, please and thank you.
yeah, oh, yeah.
And like I say, I always try to be honest. I never try to scam nobody. We do mistakes, but we have good communication with Mr. Darby, Mr. Corey, and their mechanics. Like I never had any issues. My boys, they did mistake. Corey's told me, hey, yes, your mechanics put the tires backwards. Of course, I will go down there and kick him. Right?
No, for sure. Thank you for your comments about.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, guys. And like I say, that track, we can fix it, but we have to fix it on your place because I don't have any crane.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
We got the crane, we got the equipment.
okay. Thank you guys very much for your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Guys, thanks, you.
I have one comment before you go.
Yes, sir.
About the Michelin tires. Remember when this is about 8 years ago?
Yeah.
We bought a new fire truck with Michelin tires.
Yes.
And they went and bought offshore tires from Uncle Leaner's
No.
and hooked the Michelins on.
That's before your.
That was you, that was.
No. If I see that, if you guys, you ask me for that and the winners, you guys, you have.
No, but that happened 8 years ago.
But I have another question for you guys. Like I deal with Elk Island too, and we do their tires too and their safeties. But Elk Island has a special deal with Michelin because I see the invoice and I say, wow. They have a special code. They buy the Michelin tires direct from Michelin and it's half the price. I don't know if you guys can do that or not. I can't. You guys, you have to speak with Elk Island because they have a code. They bring the tires to me. I install the tires, and I'm pretty sure they buy the tire for around $550 each. That's really cheap.
How many of our trucks have 1,200 22.5s on the fire trucks, do you know?
1200?
Yeah, the Don 11 22.5, the 1,200 heavier tires. Most of the fleet now
It's
are
absolute.
two
Yeah.
trucks. Cause I know,
Yes.
they got 90%, you can put those on a gravel truck, but you gotta do all 8.
Yes, or
And
even
you're more
those
stable.
12 tires. You can use in 11, 12, 22.5 on your trailers, on your semi trucks. Or you guys, you can resell it in the market.
I know, but these 1,200s, what I'm saying, I put on my water truck, I got
That's very
a
heavy.
set that had 90, yeah, they're heavy and it makes the water truck more stable. We got 2 tankers that we water roads with and stuff. And you put that even on a gravel truck, we can still use it, 1,200 22.5s. After they're mild or aged out on a fire truck, we can use them on. But the thing is, why are we buying Michelin's for $200 more is really.
Like I say, it's what the customer wants.
Yeah, well, should
Well,
be buying
you
this
got
time.
Right? Like we're gonna buy wood here, we're gonna buy a handbook. Or even like I'm not gonna buy a China tire for a fire rescue because those guys they go fast, right? But there's so many brands out there. I can give you even guys a code, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be $200, $300, $400 cheaper.
Yeah.
But like I say, if a customer walks in my shop and wants Michelin, I have to call Michelin. Right? It's like you guys, you come for a brakes in my shop and you say to me, I want this much.
So by right, we can't even sell the truck unless it's spec.
That's
Like,
okay.
it'll have to go inoperable and we're gonna get 10 cents on the dollar.
Okay, so that's a different scenario. You guys, you want to sell to the auction, or you guys, you want to fix it perfect and keep it? Right?
No, but right now,
Because if you guys, you want to sell it to the auction, like I can do it faster, I can try to buy cheaper parts. And it's gonna cost us way too less. put the signature, put my sticker on, and bye-bye.
But right now, the way it's, that was what we got, all the paperwork on this truck, if we take it to an auction.
I'm not gonna pass it this way.
No, but it has to go as inoperable,
Yes,
because now that it's brought forward with all the paperwork, so.
yeah,
So we get 10 cents on the dollar, if it's inoperable, but unless we repair it, some of it. Repair what we have to, then we can sell it as a regular truck.
mhm. Yeah, or we're gonna remove the box, we're gonna clean it, we're gonna pass the safety without the box, and you guys can sell the truck.
Stay it back together, put it to work for 20 years.
Yeah.
For me, if it was my truck, that's what I would do. Fix it, clean it, because to buy one new of those, I'm pretty sure it's gonna worth how much?
You're not gonna be a day there.
Right? Like, and you're gonna make somebody happy, who's gonna buy it, and you're gonna be happy.
Another 30 years.
Okay.
Okay?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, explain to us, so.
Regent Council, if I may quickly interrupt. I just wanted to mention that in our January report, the fire chief wrote the report, the quote was correctly as was mentioned, 14. And the reason to take the high cost that followed up in April, where the SI, as you mentioned. And it is just that all safety trucks have to maintain the very highest safety standards, because if something happens with the vehicle during a call, the county is liable and people are at risk here. So this was the consideration to take this truck out of service, because it is already that age, and the value of the vehicle now is approximately 10 to 17,500.
So that meeting, we told us the truck has to be replaced, and at the last meeting, when they used this, quote for the rust, they said they can work with it without it, they don't need it replaced now, so. Like, it's like, I mean, every time we get a story on it, we're getting a different story, so.
It just first the brakes were noticed and then the rust on the frame were noticed after, that's why there were two different.
Brass gowns can be seized at 4,000 kilometers. There's something happening with these trucks, they're not getting serviced or something. You go out there, and Great.
Yes,
That's what I thought, it was the one for the port, but, where is this truck working, is it the one for the port, or?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay, so do we want to make a motion that we move table it till we find out more information on what actual cost to do work, or do we want to do the work regardless? Because for resale value, if we decide it's resale or we're keeping, whichever way we go.
If we're keeping, it'll get different work orders, we're selling, it'll have a different work order, so.
Yeah. Honestly, for what it's worth, it would not be worthwhile keeping it. Honestly, we own it. It's got very good case. I mean, I wish I had a truck like that.
It's, I know a lot of counties are replacing these 3-ton trucks, single axles with, 450 or 554. So it's a little bigger than 1 ton. So it'll be,
Honestly, we're not using it very much anyhow, like he said,
Okay, so if somebody wants to make a motion or create a motion that we do the work to make it operable for our use. We can, or however guys you would like to word it.
what are your opinions on that or thoughts?
Well, I feel we should fix it. I mean, that's where I'm sitting. I mean, it's gonna be far cheaper than buying a truck by any means. And honestly, I mean, there's probably another 30 years in that truck.
You think, Joe?
Yeah. Fix it up for use.
Even if we use it for 5 years, it will still be.
Well, that's the thing, maybe that is part of the program, is washing those double frames out.
Yeah.
Get in there once a week.
Just leave it shiny in the outside.
You go underneath there.
So I got me 40,000 kilometers in the S Canada beat, that just. I was doing that in 2 months.
Well, we're constantly washing our
Yeah,
dump frames.
we have to, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise you get exactly that. That's just lack of maintenance, right?
Okay, so we're making a motion to direct administration to repair.
23.
528 to operable state.
Back in service.
Yeah, back to service.
That's 50. Lamont County Council, direct administration, to repair unit 5228 to operable state and return to service.
It's on the water.
So this is the follow-up item report for April 28th. Again, the light gray shaded areas are completed, the completed items, and the dark gray area fields show ongoing items. If you have any questions regarding any item, please let me know and refer to the item number.
See anything else that jumped in?
Number 25. Sorry, everybody, to get on schedule, cause, we're gonna be doing 6 weeks of spraying and 3 weeks this year with all,
we have been trying to work with another supplier, but they were, so we are ordering a pump. It is a few week timeline to get it on. So I would anticipate that we should have it ready to go for the end of May. As told, as we spoke with council before, our intention is once we have that spare pump, then we'll start increasing the speed so that if something goes wrong, we have one to put back in place.
thank you.
Number 28, what was that again, Derby?
That was in regards to the chip seal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anything happen with that yet?
I did an inspection of it last week. It is looking much better since,
Yeah, it is.
since there's no removal over the winter. So I planning to report that cancel for discussion and whether council wants to do any more work on it.
Maybe some more sweeping or something maybe on it, get that those chips off.
Just for council's information, number 6. That those items were taken to auction on Friday. The John Deere grader sold for 155,000, and the cat grader sold for 134.
Yeah.
Ooh. Was that an Edmonton auction or?
That was Mr. Owen and
Yeah, we got the email for you that said it for you disposed.
Yeah, it's too bad. Cheap.
that has been
Yeah.
the last 3 years. That's the price it is. We chose that auction because there was only 4 other graders in the auction. Ours were the lowest hours. We did
Better. Everybody else.
better than the rest and no better than we could in any other auction we've seen.
Yeah, that iron just isn't.
So,
The new stuff is, boy, the new stuff is pension money.
This is something you can get financing on, 10 years old, and you can't get financing, that's the problem.
Somebody's walked away with some next graders.
all right, you guys have had a chance to go through. Is there any more you'd like to talk about? If not, not, can I have somebody make a motion to accept this information? All right, presented for.
I move. The Lamont County Council accept the follow-up.
Yep, carried. Council, the council meeting, 7.3.
Yes, Region Council, you had given us directions to organize or arrange biannual council to council meetings with each of the urban municipalities. This was brought up at the last CAO meeting, and following dates were suggested where it was included that May 18th is actually Victoria Day. That's probably not a great
Yeah.
date to meet. I have word from the village of Andrew that their preferred days are June 15th and September 2nd. If you let us know which days work best for you, then we can let the other municipalities know.
The months of May, month, September are a little harder to plan for some of us at farms, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be a nice sunny day. It's gonna be hard to shut down just to have a meeting, right?
June 15th, I'm gone for the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th to the petrochemical conference. So I won't have June.
As it's always a difficult undertaking to take, to combine many municipalities in one meeting.
I can do this September 2nd. I can do whichever day in September. It's just all depending on.
Yeah,
Guys are for harvest.
either one,
Yeah.
September 2nd, okay.
Yeah,
I can make it work.
September I can make work.
Is that working for you as well, Councilor?
We can do this in winter,
Yeah, that's what I was getting at,
you know, kind of off that season.
November.
The dates, maybe, and ours.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of expecting is winter time with November to the end of March into April.
I believe the reason that it was not, we were not suggesting any dates between October and December is because municipalities have the organizational meeting, have budget discussions, and
Yeah.
that's usually a very big busy time for everyone. We could certainly suggest any dates between January and March if that would work better.
I don't know, I would want to see it until next year. We brought it forward saying we'd like to visit with them and meet with them, and then we postpone it for a year.
Yeah, let's just.
I understand the September is guys busy time in the field and whatever else, but. I mean, understand too that John works a full-time job doing what he's doing and makes it work around his time, and I work in two companies that are running full-time, and we put a lot of our stuff on the side just to make it happen. Just because it's seating doesn't mean that it overtakes what you took on as a council elected official. So if it's one evening for an hour, I'm guessing if two of the councilors can't make it, the other three will. It's the way we've done it before, so
September 2nd?
yeah, and it looks worth for them too. Okay, so I want to make that motion.
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to note following dates as preferred dates for council to council meetings with urban municipalities, September 2nd, 2026.
You have to read about the.
Yeah.
Way back, like. And back.
Any other questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Council.
New business, weed and pest inspector appointment.
Council, this was discussed at last year's, we have this annual appointment for the weed pest inspector to be compliant with the Weed Control Act and Agricultural Pest Act. The local authority needs to appoint ASB staff as an official weed and pest inspector. More than that. The Weed Control Act states, and for 2 inspectors, municipal inspectors, a local authority shall appoint inspectors to enforce and monitor compliance with this act, with the municipality. And the Agricultural Pest Act states that a local authority shall appoint a sufficient number of inspectors to enforce and monitor compliance with this act and the regulations of the municipality. And you have a motion in front of you that could Ethan Willichuk and Haley Patrick as weed inspector for and for Joko as weed inspector, weed pest inspector.
Okay,
Go ahead, any discussion?
yeah, any discussion on,
No, I've got nothing.
that was, they appointed them, they hired, went through a hiring program, so.
I make a motion.
Sure.
Lamont County Council appoint Ethan Welchuk and Haley Betrick as weed inspectors for 2026, and Walter Cole as the weed and pest inspector for enforcement purposes until their termination of employment.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yep.
All right, welcome to the organization, Ethan, Haley, and Bo. 8.2, we have the policies, we went through with the ASB meeting. They were brought forward just for renewal because they were out of date. So we can go through those. There has been one, we'll go through first one and vote.
And the first, yeah, if you want to discuss any of the I think you have been through in A3 if you want to adopt this one.
Yes, we'll make a motion, right? Permits.
Move that the Lamont County Council approve the 8 permits for county right of ways policy 6054.26.
All right, any questions or concerns?
No.
All in favor?
Yep.
Period. This one here, though, we do have a wording we should
Yeah.
reconsider. In the policy, it states that they give us 14 days. That's just a request. We're actually only mandated to give us 7 days notice. And the reason why we asked them to give us 14 is just to make sure that the waterways are clear for relief.
Yeah, to make sure.
So we'll have to,
Not by a minimum, but by 14 days.
yeah, request 14 days, yeah.
I just call one comment, I wish they would do it earlier in the spring when there's still some runoff going to rinse the creek out, because it fills with this stuff between beaver dams, and then we gotta smell that all summer.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's really now with walk across it, and we got a news show's place in 45, they're 65 feet from the creek,
Yeah.
and it reached all summer. Cause they did it now when the water's still flowing.
Yeah, somebody was doing theirs right now, was it?
Yeah, so under the corporate office for the operation of a sewage lagoon, the municipality is only allowed to release once every 12 months. They are also mandated to release between April 1st and November 1st, I believe, or 13th. And it's the recommendation over environment that they release not in flood season or in dry season. They want average treatables. So that's if it's in during flood season, it's not getting into private lands if it's flowing, or if it's dry, then it's actually going and getting as part of that, they are also mandated to notify downstream landowners a minimum of 7 days the way the policy is worded, my recommendation, would be to add the word requested after towns and villages are. Because we do not have any authority over the release. They only notify us. Having them notify us and then reporting to the court does allow us time to go in and inspect the creeks and restoration. Just negatively impact our.
We do get a letter, but in the past, I don't know, the last couple of years, they've been releasing after the creek stopped running. Maybe that's something to put on the agenda for September 2nd. Because they do it now when the creek is like got to the river, they were empty and never got to the river, and still all the dams, and then you can smell that all summer. It's gross.
Sorry, Mr. Leeds, can I repeat the sentence that should be changed? So under 647526 policy implementation point 1, towns and villages are requested to notify Lamont County 14 days in advance of the date of intended water release in Brunswick. Is that correct? Thank you.
Okay, so if we can make that amendment and then accept it as amended, should work.
Ready?
Lamont County Council, Lagoon Water Release in Towns and Villages Policy 6074.26 as amended.
All right. Should be the word approved then.
Yes, that's Mr. Leeds.
Not the.
So between council.
Yeah, Council and Lagoon. There we go.
All right, budget concerns? All in favor?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we will go to Shelbyville. Trees. We already made that policy. We were reviewing it at the Ag Service Board meeting. All it was that there was no changes to it. It was just to bring it forward, updated. So, okay.
Lamont County Council approved Shelbyville trees policy 6080.26.
All right, all in favor? Yeah. Carried. And same with soil conservation. It was just that it was updated. So there's no changes or amendments to it. So we can have somebody read it.
Lamont County Council approves soil conservation policy 6090.26.
Yes. All in favor? Carried. All right, moving on. ASB regional conference topics.
Vice Council, sorry. This report brought up because council is collaborating regionally with these municipalities on resolutions on issues affecting agriculture in speakers or non-county initiatives to pay for conference. And the background to this report is the Northeast Regional ASB Conference is hosted annually, alternating between counties in our region every 10 years. Each ASB region has its own traditional processes for engaging with the provincial ASB resolution procedure and for providing feedback on concerns and policies affecting agriculture in the region to the ministry and the ASB provincial committee. Each region will host a regional ASB conference where new resolutions will be debated and any provincial scope resolutions that passed at the conference will be forwarded to the ASB provincial committee secretary for presentation at the provincial ASB conference held each year in January. These resolutions will be then voted on provincially, with those passing being forwarded to the respective department by the ASB committee Correspondence.
We have a recommendation just to, does the Lamont County Council host the Northeast Regional Conference in St. Michael? Somebody would make this motion, please.
Move that Lamont County Council approve the 2026 AFB Northeast Regional Conference to be held in St. Michael, Thursday, October 22nd, 2020. You missed the 5-minute, he who makes the motion has to convene the. Good luck.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. At this time, maybe it's 10:30, we'll do a 10-minute break. Resume at 10:40, please. Council meeting, carry on with 8.4, request for proposals, external auditing services.
Council, administration is seeking direction from council to release a proposed request for proposal for an external auditing service on May 1st, 2026, and Mr. White will lead us.
Thank you, Christian. So good morning. So just a little bit of background information on this. Going back to November 4th council meeting, council may recall that council asked it to have a tendering process for the external auditors. So in 2021 was the first, or was when the last agreement for auditing services was put out to RFP. At that point, Metrics Group won the RFP. That agreement originally completed in 2023. However, since council is satisfied with the services provided, it elected to continue to engage the services of Metrics for 24 and 25 year ends. So as stated, council directed administration to bring back the tendering process for an external fund. Attached to this this agenda item is the proposed RFP and a tentative timeline for dates. If council is in agreement, the administration will release this RFP on Friday, and then of course bring the proposals back to council on August 4th council meeting for selection. So as council is aware, the auditors do report directly to council. This is your council's time to be able to review administration, review all of the financials and the activities throughout the year, have them report directly back to council. So we have attached the RFP that's on page 88, going on to William Road 104. And the intention is to advertise this on the purchasing connection on our website and for 2 weeks in the local paper. So essentially, we're looking for approval on two things. One, if council is okay with the RFP as it is. I'm not going to read through it here with council. I'm assuming council had the opportunity to read it. And that we do the advertising in APC and in the local.
Perfect. And just for clarification, we have Matrix Group, but we put it up, like he said, for tender before, and it's just the kind of formality, see what we can come up with, so.
It's good purchasing practice to put these things out.
Yeah.
Every few years.
Absolutely. So you guys have had time to read it there, we've had the agenda for a couple of days, so if there's no other questions or concerns, if somebody reads the motion.
Sure. Lamont County Council direct administration release the RFP external auditing services on May 1st, 2026 to solicit external auditing services starting for 2026 year end, with advertising on the Alberta Purchasing Connection and 2 weeks in the local newspaper.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yep. Carried. Privacy management program. Eastern Flag.
Future council, this privacy management program draft was brought to the committee of the whole at the last regular council meeting. Nothing was changed in the draft. And the policy is in front of you for approval.
Yes.
If you have any questions, I have that.
And this is just, so we all remember from the previous whole last time, this is, we're OPA is the point of the Privacy Act. We all brought forward, everybody's abiding by now.
Yes,
Second portion of it.
this privacy management program is mandatory by the Privacy Act, starting in June. Everything.
It's pretty much straightforward. You just have to make it, the policy. So if somebody wants to make that policy, please, as a motion.
That Lamont County Council approved the privacy management program policy 200 as presented.
All right, questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah, carried. All right, now we get into our road graveling program. Ethan, why don't you come up and present with us?
Yes, Green Council, this is for council to consider changes to the proposed 2026 road gravel. And Mr. Deeds will give us more details.
Yes, as we've done before, many of our diversions of the maps, that we do not very well.
You.
So. We are starting to prepare for our annual road grabbing program, using county-owned trucks, as soon as road conditions allow. Gravel will be hauled from each stockpile location to, roads that council has approved, starting in proximity of the stockpile, to reduce any potential backhaul. The gravel that was left in the sealage pit when the road grabbing program is completed. So as the county has been experiencing extended spring thaw, current road conditions may require changes to the road grabbing program. Where roads currently not identified in the recommended program of graveling over and above patch graveling. We will bring forward proposed amendment to the gravel plan for council consideration and approval later this year. So as shown on the two handouts, the 2026 proposed gravel coverage identifies 236 miles to be gravelled this year. The other page shows the proposed gravel plan for this year and the last 2 years on this.
Okay. Any questions? I have one. I was just wondering, would it be beneficial for us to go to a larger gravel, larger size for fractionation? I know neighboring counties have quite a bit bigger. Our roads, we seem to have a lot of sand and settlement out of it, and the gravel is peeling off. Seems we're going a little bit low.
So as discussed with council a couple meetings ago, when the contract, the new gravel purchase contract was awarded, past practice had been used to use a 20 mil or 3/4 inch. The county moved to a 25 mil or a 1 inch gravel about 5 years ago. We also use 1.5 for repairs of areas. In my experience, using 1.5 gravel, we do get more complaints with pop tires, with rock chips. So my standard practice has been, if we do put down 1.5 or 3 inch gravel in the worst spots, to cover that with 1 inch gravel. 1 inch is kind of the best get a lot of pop tires.
I know I just noticed a lot in this year too. I mean, we have it coming up again, but the roads this year are brutal. We know that it's a year for it. It's weather, but it's been leading up to it for the last couple of years. It's coming, and we have a lot of roads that we're doing. It's a gradual progression. I do have one that is I brought forward to you there. We'll see if we can get it on the graveling program. 541, it's a dead end from 193 to 194, where it would be. It is just mud. There's about 8 houses that are down that road that they're using 4-wheel drives and tractors to get to the main road right now. Cause it's just black, it's just black dirt, is all it is now.
There's lots of that show, like,
Yeah.
everywhere.
We have one, like, and you guys have 185 north, I have 183 is brutal, like there's a bunch of them that we need to address, so. I didn't know if a larger gravel would be beneficial to sink in a little and just kind of work.
Yeah, so with our patch graveling program, we are using 1.5 and 3 inch right now to bridge through those areas, and we will go back once it's packed in and cover that with 1 inch gravel. The alternative is we could discuss with CLH about what the cost implication to our new contract would be if we went with a reduced sand content. In 10 years ago, when we had Beaver County had contracted the supply of gravel, instead of a 30% sand, we went to 25% sand. It did help in certain areas where it's more clay based versus areas where it's a sandier base. It work well. So there are pros and cons to that. We could, if council does want to pursue a different gravel spec, and that would be my recommendations, go with the lower sand content.
I think when we decided on our gravel contract, we didn't have the road issues like we're having now, and it would have been, I mean, we get that, we know now that we've had issues all the way up thinking it was gonna work out good, and then it's backfired on us all now, so.
Are you, sorry,
No, go ahead.
are you planning on using locals at any point this summer?
So if we get into a situation where our program is behind, then we are going to bring the locals in. We were able to complete the program in-house in 2025. But if we have a wet summer, the weather, then
For a while in that, so that's what I was just asking you. That's gonna probably come up with our stuff here and our cost.
I'm pretty sure as soon as spring break is over, we're gonna have a bigger gravel program, because I'm sure everybody's gonna have lots of fun to add on. It's something that I'm kind of expecting, so.
Yeah, we need to go.
Probably an 12-mile beach, if not more.
so what our plan is right now, we've got our seasonal truck drivers starting on Monday. We're going to be starting our patch graveling, just trying to get some roads open. We've got warm weather coming this week. We're expecting a bit more flooding in areas north of Andrew with the snow received over the weekend. So once roads dry out enough that we can get it going, we'll be full, all hands on board, trying to gravel on the roads as quick as we can. Likely what we'll be doing is starting with those roads directly off of pavement, so we're not wrecking roads to get to roads. And working our way through.
Any other questions? So, the question. Range Road 162, the Hall Road. It's not at the program. You can't drive on that road. 162, 165, 164. I mean, just. I don't know, it looks like gravel's not existing.
Yeah, so these maps were made in discussion with our grader operators over the winter. With the current state of the roads, like I said, there's likely going to be some changes. We're definitely going to end up using our entire path gravel budget this spring. If we were to redo this map today, it probably wouldn't look like it does. And we will likely be back to bring changes. We're just looking for direction to start, and anything that we can get done that needs it, we will start with, and anything that we need to change that we'll bring back in a meeting or two.
So, like the hall. The 164. That road use agreements, do any of the contractors there that were long, do they make any contribution
Yes, on 582, on 165, CLA was working on that road. We haven't had any contractors, putting gravel down yet, but we will be working with the RUA holders, once we can start putting trucks in the road down. We've had discussions with Sil over north of Bruderheim. A month ago, they were doing stuff there, fixing up their haul road. So we are working with them, it's just, at this time, we don't want to be hauling, and money loads to go fix up the road, where our request to them is to reduce their use of the road right now.
The 162, that's a haul route that nobody's been adding gravel to it.
I'm talking about 162 and 582. Did anybody ever sit and figure out how we got the gravel over there? They haul 60% of the product coming out of there. Private guys all 40%. We need, X number of tons. We get the other guys with road use agreements contribute anything.
In 20, like, so over those last year or so?
Well, I'm talking last 3 years. Did anybody ever contribute anything?
We have had, contractors contribute there in years past. We haven't been hauling out of, for county purposes, out of those pits for a number of years.
Contribution from others, since we haven't hauled out of there with gravel 160.
We did have, we did have, one or two contractors, place gravel on those roads. I believe there was some work in 24, and I believe there was some graveling done last year.
Are they keeping up with the amount of gravel they're putting back on the roads and coming on the roads?
See how much they get, just how much the county is putting in years.
That first one on 580, west off 831, it's gonna need some gravel put back, because they weren't late in the season, and 564, where they were rerouting the trucks in the winter, with this other day, there's a little bit of gravel got put in, and it was the responsibility there to replace some of the gravel, so.
Which section?
560 from Range Road 202 to 201, where the rail yard was going all winter. Now it was ice on the road, and I'm not saying that's gonna be used instead of something getting killed on highway, but that mile road, a lot of gravel got put in, so something's gotta be done there.
I know this is a little bit kind of maybe off topic, but do we have a road use agreement with independent farmers, or they're just kind of allowed to go where?
No. For insurance of the road use agreement, agricultural producers are exempt. If council wants to reconsider that, we can bring it back to program for review. But the direction previous council had was agricultural producers.
I think now we got some that are, the feedlots got quite a few there again in the northeast, and we got a 204. There's a lot of heads of cattle there, and there's a lot of movement now, so.
Well, actually, that was one of my additions. Yeah. Because they're absolutely destroying.
They're not respecting their spring break and do just what you gotta do. Yeah.
Oh, no, they're moving, and they're moving it all.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, we'll bring that'll be part of our
Next, I think,
it's still 47 years, so it's next, so.
yeah.
Okay, so if we want to accept the graveling program as presented and carry on with.
Yeah, we know it's gonna be different than what it looks right now.
Yeah.
The Lamont County Council approved the 2026 graveling program as presented.
Okay, questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, 8.7, that was Mr. Naka with roads and some drainage.
This is kind of continuing with the issues this spring. Part of this, it's road use agreement. So 165. Broke that road a few, I don't know, it was a couple weeks ago or whatever, but I had phoned you and someone was supposed to go and take a look at it. But that road, you get out of the vehicle, you cut this much into the clay cap of the road. You know, you can't get that clay off your boots.
Yep.
So I get it, we have a road use agreement and you're double bonded. But does that mean you can just keep hauling 100% in the rain? That's, how do you?
So in that particular instance, that contract is not double bonded, and that did apologize, their driver didn't abide by the road bans. And they, you know, they are fixing it, they are putting gravel down to fix it. That contractor is also a producer, so they are moving grain as well, so. They're one of the situations where they've got a road use agreement for their commercial side, but they're exempt under their agricultural side, so we have to work with them.
What do you mean exempt under the agricultural side?
So under the agricultural side, they don't have a road use agreement.
So they should be on road ban ways.
Yeah, so
This
they
is
have.
exactly what. We were
So
talking.
they don't have, so they aren't, we don't permit that anymore. In this instance, the driver didn't abide by road bans and we're working with them to fix the road. In consideration of this contractor has a contract with the county for the next 3 years, we're trying to work with them. But we are holding responsible for the damage they did there.
That really, the road conditions and they're awful ones that you've been doing that.
See, and
You gotta have a little respect.
and you know, you get on 580 and you've got oil dust. Controls, you know, that's my concern. And you know, like H Road 162. This has been a story for 5 years, like how no matter what's going through there, what do you agree on? But we always end up fixing it, and it's a major collector road, it's a haul road, and you can't drive with it with the pickup, so. I guess those are, and then 164, everybody knows that, and I still would like some kind of a plan of what we're gonna do with that, because putting gravel on that road, that's not gonna serve any purpose, so. Anyway, that's my rant on that.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Right, so we'll make a motion, I guess, that we'll so address use weight restrictions. So. In general, it's all over.
County-wide at that point.
Anybody that's hauling,
I don't know if you have it from one of yours, but I know everywhere up in our north end. Probably all the way up in Hills area.
That's a little more for that.
Yeah,
That's got lots of oil.
you know, these two are lucky, they probably don't have much of that.
So just to confirm real quick, are you directing administration to restrictions with the US?
What's the weight restrictions?
Administration to enforce use agreements and restrictions.
Somebody want to make the motion?
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to enforce road use agreements and weight restrictions.
Right, any other discussion? All in favor? Carried. All right, 8.8, Mr. Throsky brought up licensed drainages.
Yes, we have a. I know through the county got private people's, what is it that we have to do for maintenance? Do we have to dig the snow to be changed?
I don't believe I can answer that question because I haven't reviewed every single permit. I've looked at a couple. In my experience, the county has typically been authorized to perform maintenance, but not directed to do anything, not any certain thing in particular. So if there's a accidentally dropped a nail in the drainage ditch, the county is obligated to go remove that because it's unnatural. But if it's a beaver dam, the province's opinion is that has been natural, so it's up to the county to do that. We can, with a bit of time, review all of our approvals and all of our drainage ditches and bring back the report to council. It will take a bit of time because we're going back to approvals that are 60s.
Yeah, I understand that, so I brought it up, so it can be put on our actually page here that we have.
Yeah.
About them and that, and if we do have a license and it's private farmers fields it's going through for kind of its own drainage purpose, do we need to hold that license or do we give that license back to the farmer?
I hope that's the option where. Right, so report here now.
Yeah, I'm bringing it to come back in another meeting and stuff, because like I said, I know the county owns a split drainage license.
Yeah.
And that actually goes through my property, my own property and stuff on there. And it's been, I've taken out some high spots and stuff on there and keep it going and stuff on there, but downstream, I know they had beaver problems and other problems, but they cleaned it a couple of years ago, they started cleaning, I think, from the Andrew area by Java churches. They clean a few spots and stuff, but the one of the license on it, and you gotta go and clean out the snow out of the ditch. Well, snow is a natural, it's not a thing, snow is natural and stuff on there, to get these calls and stuff on there. And that's what I'd like to know. I know at one time the county was involved quite a bit with water resources. We actually had a water resource committee that had meetings every so many months a year and stuff. But that's what I'd like to know on these, on our license drainage. It's some for information down the road if you can get us. How much do we have to do for these license drainage and how long does the county have to have that license to them or give it back to the farm?
So, absolutely, I agree 100%. Having some direction from council and review of license drainage channels allows us to know what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. Yeah. And being more proactive in those circumstances than reactive. As far as when the county can give licenses, the licenses are issued to the license holder. So we would actually need to work on that to have them take it in conjunction with the same order. Something they would have to really take over. State once beforehand. In a lot of cases, probably not. Approvals, you get a license to construct it, and you get a license to construct it. Allows us to go in and there's any sedimentation or. Like I said before, this review is gonna take probably a couple of months to track out the information.
I understand.
The records we have, some are there, some are not, and the province is not great at getting information to us quickly, because they have to go through their records too. So we can definitely bring something back in a couple of months.
Okay.
There is a map with all the drainages owned by the county and private ones.
Yeah, we do know where they are. It's getting all the background information, getting the licenses, and in those licenses, that's what the county has to do and what the county can do. So in order to inform council, we want to make sure we have all of those original licenses. So council can make an informed decision.
Licenses in the county and bring it back to a future meeting.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Great. All right, we will move on to committee of the whole. Very good help. All in favor? Reviews, residential snow plowing.
So, as included in policy 5100.23, residential snow plowing, the county provides snow plowing services to ratepayers under certain situations. So first is a paid service that we use flags. So if a person buys and displays one flag, that their request is to clear their driveway. If they buy and place 4 flags, it's for agricultural purposes, opening up their bins to their entire yard. And if they purchase and present 5 flags, we open up both their driveway and for agricultural purposes. Currently, council set a rate of $125 per flag. Second is a senior service, so ratepayers that are 65 years of age or older are able to pay an annual fee and will have their driveway cleared after each snow event. Council has currently set a rate of $100 for this service. And the third is medical service. So many ratepayers are medically fragile and will require at-home medical services on a regular basis. We provide snow clearing services after each snow event for their driveway, and council has set this service free of charge. So as said on the policy, the snow clearing for driveway only is to be provided up to 30 minutes only per request, and 4 flags for agricultural purposes is to be provided up to an hour. In conjunction with policy 5100.23, council's also approved policy 703.22, which is our contracted services policy. As included in this policy, the county will provide grading services to community organizations, which provide as churches and community halls located within the county, outside of urban municipalities, cost of 1 hour per request. Further, as identified in policy 5104.22, snow and ice control, the priority for snow clearing is first emergencies, then major collectors and hamlets, then bus routes and minor collectors, then local roads, and then finally private driveways and public facilities. There's a few others for snow removal for approaches and any private approaches that weren't done, but these are done at request only. So because the public works utilizes other equipment that is not dedicated for regular snow removal on county roads, typically being 2 tractors and occasionally spare graders or a small plow truck when needed. Clearing of driveways is typically started as soon as the snow event is stopped, even though policy 5104 states that private driveways are to be done once the county's road network is completed. So we reviewed the private snow removal program and we've identified a number of questions that we're seeking council direction. So starting with number one. During this last winter, we've received a letter if their medical situation is not expected to improve, can a doctor provide a note that outlines a scenario that can be used in the future going forward. The second, in the past, operators have gone out of their way to provide a level of service over and above what is set up in the policy. Operators have cleared snow to not only from the road to the house or garage, but also the outbuildings with paint tanks. Where new operators have been adhering to this policy recently, complaints have been received that applicants are not happy with the service provided. As defined in the policy, the service provided for driveway clearing will be the distance from the county right of way to the residents and supporting infrastructure and back to the road. As supporting infrastructure is not defined in the policy, does council consider outbuildings for paint tanks supporting infrastructure, or is it council's intent to provide the service to the residents and parking area only? Third, because snow removal on private property is identified in 3 separate policies, we must balance 3 policies to provide the service. We do recommend updating policy 5100 to include community organizations as well as ratepayers. As well, we recommend removing private driveways and public facilities from the priority list in the policy 5104 and inserting it into the private snow removal policy 5100.23. Number 4, on multiple occasions where the county has received a major snow event, community organizations have requested snow removal for churches, halls, or cemeteries for planned activities. While we've attempted to complete these requests in time for the planned activity, this has resulted in private driveways not being completed first. So we want to ask council, are you comfortable with administration completing snow clearing for requested organizations before private driveways are complete? Or do you want to prioritize completing private driveways before completing any community organization requests? Number 5, in regards to the cost of the flag, is council satisfied with the current cost that is being charged? One flag is charged $125. So in the circumstance where a ratepayer requests snow removal for agricultural purposes, they are charged $500. As stated in policy 5100.23, this service is to provide for up to 1 hour. Our current, and finally, number 6, while administration understands the purpose of the policy is to assist ratepayers to live in their homes longer, we have received requests from ratepayers to sign up for their senior program with the intent to have county provide snow removal to properties that are not their primary residence, either a second residence they own and travel to, or a recreational property they visit during the winter. This policy does not clearly identify that the senior medical programs are for occupied residential properties. Is it council's intent to offer this program only for occupied residential properties for ratepayers who meet the criteria, or to extend the program to all residential properties owned by ratepayers who do meet the criteria? So a lot of questions. If council wants to start with number 1, is council willing to accept a doctor's note in situations where a ratepayer who meets the medical requirements of the service, are they able to provide one note that we can use continuously, or do you want to continue the practice of having them provide a doctor's note annually?
I think they need to provide a yearly notice, and they have to sign the waiver. Don't they have to sign the waiver every year?
Yes, so
That's what I would go with, that is let them come in and provide a doctor's note. That's basically all they're paying for and stuff.
Sign the waiver, draw it on.
and that was the concern that we've heard is they have to go see a doctor, so they have to take the time to go see the doctor, and now they're being charged for those notes.
Well, I think what it is we had an issue before where people were using past parents or relations that were on the same property and getting the same deal, but then parents weren't even alive, even we were still honoring them. So I think
Small price to pay.
it's a small price to pay for a service. And my opinion also is that we would do private driveways and stuff first before we do the halls and churches. If they can't get out, they can't get to them anyway. So my opinion is that we stick with doing our private driveways and everything we're supposed to be doing before we get to the organizational portion of snow removal, so.
What's the amount of snow there's gotta be before you do a private driveway? Is it 4 inches?
So we've been using the same criteria as the road, so up to, starting with the 8 centimeters, 3 inches. In every scenario we look at it, the last couple of snow events, we haven't sent out, our staff because we don't want tearing up their roads, tearing up their ground. Not the roads they're driving because the ground is thawed. Typically in the winter, we get those 8 centimeters or more, number there, we get significant drifting going on.
What I'm getting at is if there's 4 inches of snow, we're gonna go do yards, and if there's a funeral at a church north of Andrew or Bandera or my area, whatever, that has 2 feet of snow because it hasn't been cleaned at all for a year, are we gonna do all the driveways of 4 inches and then go do a hall or a church or a?
I think that would be discretionary. If we started to roll, you would let the county know and they would do that first.
Yeah, the issue we had this winter, with the increase in the number of, residents that applied, for the service. We're at about 40% more than we were a year past. I have heard from a lot that some of it has to do with our advertising program. Some has to do with the county, with council lowering the cost of the service. It is a service that's very appreciated by the ratepayers of the ones that receive it. But a 40% increase did result in us having to put a grader on there almost full time to keep up and try and get it done within that 96-hour window that we use for the road. So some snow events, it took us 5 days to have every driveway and the churches and the halls that come to have it done. Having the ability to react to those, those community organizations, because they're looking, they're planning events, but so a lot of times they're planning 2, 3, 4 weeks out. They don't know what's going to happen. Some have called us ahead of time and said, we're having a service on this day. If it snows, can you have it open by then? There's other situations where you can't predict that there's going to be a funeral. So having the ability to be proactive will help us appease everybody.
We do have a lot of people that have pay taxes on 3 or 4 or 5 quarters of land, and they live out of town, so they don't use the services to clean to the house. But when their church is having a funeral or a regular mass or whatever, they kind of want the snow cleared, right? So they're not using the yard service, but they are paying taxes on a lot of property, right?
Well, and then we also, being done that, we also have a list of vendors that are private vendors too. If we can't get to it, they can at least get somebody. Get in there, we'll do it. So.
Over.
Yeah.
Between Christmas, I was plowing every day.
Yeah.
But I hope people won't have another year.
We should make it though that it is only on occupied residences instead of just for the weekend guys that come out and want to check their place. This is priorities to get the people that are actually
Living there.
on home, in and out.
You get an ambulance, you need to get to the hospital, or that's,
Yeah.
I agree.
So
So
that's 6.
so for number 2, does council consider outbuildings as necessary to the residents? Is the
Well, a propane tank, absolutely, because if they can't get the truck to the propane tank, that's gonna be a big problem.
And it's not cleared every time to the propane tank, when the winter.
Depending on the situation, some people have asked us to do it, one-off. Sometimes it's close to the house and they do it because it's there. Every yard is different. So, we just want to ensure that if we bring the policy back for review and adoption by council, that we've got the wording correcting. Well, we've had requests to clean the chicken coop, to clean to the.
They get to the barn so you can feed your cats and.
Yeah.
No, we heard that, and I think, my opinion is it's the house, the garage, and whatever necessity, like propane tank or.
Yeah, not every time's a propane.
No, it's just,
And the outbuildings, it says, that's
yeah,
not a necessity.
Not really, yeah, it's on a as needed basis, right?
yeah. And like I said, there is private contractors too for
Yeah.
that, so.
For number 3, we will bring back, or my intention is to bring back this policy with these revisions and clarifications. So we will likely be bringing back policy 5104 and 5100 just to have everything clear and we're not funneling through 3 policies at once.
Yeah.
Does council have an issue with removing private driveways and public facilities from the snow removal policy and putting it into the private snow removal? Because it is 2 separate programs done by 2 different groups of staff.
Private driveway and public facility being one.
So private driveways, clearing driveways to houses, public facilities being churches, cemeteries, halls. Because under the contracted services policy, we talk about public facilities. We don't talk about it in the private snow clearing policy. So I'm just trying to make sure our policies work together and they're clear. And then there's no confusion in the future.
Something if you bring back as in your report, so we know what we can do for clarification, just.
Yeah.
Like you said, I would prefer to the private driveways to be priority and then the public facilities be on the basis or as called in the basis.
When do they have to present the documents? No, just getting back to number 1.
So we asked that we have the application signed by November 15th. We have started doing yard inspections. We set that November 15th deadline because typically we do have some snow on the ground by then. Or by December 1st allows us to do inspections. There has been a few instances when people come in late. We had some people sitting a couple of years ago. We had a newer resident signed up to the program. We went in and the first pass they put in with the blade, and there was a power line running from the pole to the house above ground, which is not allowed under code. And that's why we started our inspections before. We have allowed them, but if there's significant snowfall, we get the proper. It's a certain set.
What I'm getting at too is a lot of them go to the doctor before winter. So when's the earliest thing, like August, September, October?
Oh, they can come and sign up July 1st if they want to.
No, but when does 05's expire? It'll be in May or June when the snow stops falling.
Yeah, so
when can they go to the doctor in August?
Yep, oh yeah, yeah.
So that's what I'm getting at. If they go in August, they can.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't have to go a week before.
If somebody comes in with a doctor's note in August with a broken leg saying I can't plow my driveway, we're gonna question that one, but bones heal. But with 99% of our users of the medical program, they're in a position where they can't clear their snow.
8 centimeters, that's less than 4 inches, maybe we gotta up that.
8 centimeters would be 3 inches.
Yeah, maybe we gotta up that a little bit. 3 inches is,
Well, centimeters.
yeah.
The 8 centimeters is pulled from our, if council wants to reconsider when we start our snow removal activities, we don't.
I'm thinking 3 is, or 4. I think we gotta opt to start. We'll be, you get a half hour snow, you go and plow driving again. My opinion is a little deeper and then 6 inches of snow, I'm sure everybody can get to the road. That is blowing in and have more, right? So.
And my last question, number 5 here, is council pretty satisfied with the cost of the flag? I know council reviewed the cost of the senior and medical services in the fall. Does council want to consider reviewing that or keep it as a?
I'm part of that, 25, like,
Yeah.
Okay,
still cheaper than the contractor by lots.
Yeah, whole 5 lots, yeah, and get a contract for half, for.
Plus you gotta have delivery, you got delivery, so you gotta.
It takes a long time to drive. They're making a lot of miles from yard to yard to yard.
Yeah.
We're gonna burn off a set of tires on them every 3rd winter.
For sure.
Okay.
So we can leave this recommendation and. Go back to the report.
That's perfect, yeah.
Okay.
the Lamont County Committee of the whole, direct administration, to bring back the report to get snow plowing procedures as discussed.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Here you go. All right, 9.2, public participation policy.
Treatment Council, as we are going through our policy review this year, this policy comes up as it has a mandatory review timeline for our last public participation policy 6/100 was approved in 2020. And section 216 of the Municipal Government Act mandate municipalities have a public participation policy. And it says which includes how council engages with the public and stakeholders and the way council holds. Now, the public participation policy does not conflict with any of the bylaws that we have already. We have a paragraph on public meetings in our council procedure. So this should not be. And if we look at our 146, you see that there's no real suggestions what council wants, how council wants to engage with the public. It's just very brief and concisely that council will engage with the public. And I want to, or on the council is engaging with community and with the public according to what is required in the municipal government. So I just wanted to go through with you through the draft with you in a little bit more detail. So our Municipal Government Act says, the public participation policy regulation of the municipal government requires the municipality to identify types or categories of circumstances in which the municipality will engage with the stakeholders. So you can see on page 147 and following pages, it's our new draft for this public participation policy, which identifies these 2 points, categories. Approaches and the categories of service, the implementation part that starts on page 148 of the agenda. It is defined exactly what Lamont County Council will do, or plan to provide and make available resources that allow for ongoing engagement opportunities with its stakeholders. Direct administration to aid events in the decision-making process, review and approve new public participation approaches if appropriate, and review the policy. And request from administration information on method, timing, and resources required to hold a specific public participation event, like council already has done. And opposite to council, or with council if you want, the chief administrative officer will advise on and identify council priorities, develop new public participation events for council, or will plan public participation events as directed by council, gather stakeholder input and report recommendations on strategic plans, budget, and financial planning, review existing programs and services, brief council and stakeholders on effectiveness of public participation events when appropriate, and make recommendation on requirements to conduct a public participation event on a certain topic or issue. Now, we all wonder what these public participation events may be. You can see that in the section 4 on page 149. So these public participation events may be, but are not limited to, the coffee talk meetings, open houses, town hall meetings, or workshops. But it can also be written information, sharing from Lamont County, or gathering from stakeholders, for example, through letters, news bulletins, emails, or surveys. It could also be a digital public participation, which Lamont County has done in the past, if I remember correctly, through online polls and surveys, online discussions. But they can also be a representation of the stakeholders in committees or boards to which members at large are appointed by council. And this is also referred to in empowering public engagement on page 150. The county has specific committees and boards where members at large may serve if they choose to apply for committees or boards. For example, the Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, or the FCSS Appeal Board, the FCSS Committee. And there are some others that the stakeholders can participate in and have a voice for the county. Overall, if you look through it, also Lamont County is sharing information and asking for consultation in certain things like bylaws. We hold public hearings to hear from the public on their opinions on bylaws, for example. And I found this important to bring forward, that council has can show this to the stakeholders what actually is done in to let the public participate in decision making processes. And anything, change anything, please let me know. This is just the first one.
Just give them more chance to participate, right? Yeah.
It says openly that Lamont County is seeking participation from.
Yeah, so we're more open and transparent to this fall.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
We're giving them more channels. for
More
feedback.
channels to come forward, that's really broad, you know,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
Guess see where it
Just to
goes
be
from there.
clear, so we,
Yeah.
because that's what I was getting from it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that was the reason we look forward to display more transparency and openness to engage with the public. And I think that might have not been very clear in the old.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Anybody want to make the motion for public participation policy?
Move the Lamont County Committee of the Whole direct administration to bring back the draft to the participation policy as discussed to the next council meeting.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, the update, 9.3 update on the intermunicipal subdivision and development appeal board bylaw.
And council, this is a bylaw that was have a partnership in an intermunicipal subdivision and development appeal board. And all municipalities agreed to review this bylaw on an annual basis. I brought this forward to the neighboring communities and signing partners of this bylaw. And following suggestions were agreed upon that the section 5 of the agreement was changed, and this paragraph mentioned on page 153, sorry. That is section 4 of the agreement that says the following person may not be appointed as members of a subdivision and development appeal board, an employee of the municipality, person who carries out subdivision and development appeal board powers, duties, and function on behalf of the municipality, and a member of a municipal planning commission. And this is the original text from the Municipal Government Act that was rewritten in a different way in the old bylaw from 2019. We would like to correct this by changing it into this paragraph that responds with the NGA. And then we would like to suggest taking the agreement away from the bylaw while making it mandatory that an agreement exists, but not tying it as a schedule to the bylaw, so it may be changed without amending or rescinding the bylaw. And you can see the agreement on page 157 and following. We suggest following changes highlighted in yellow to the agreement that it says that all municipalities have to agree to this agreement as part of the bylaw. We in this current circumstance, we cannot take any additions. Now it is up to Lamont County to approve any additional municipalities that may want to apply to be part of the ISDAB agreement and bylaw. And every neighboring municipality included in the ISDAB must have a bylaw that is substantially similar. That's a legal term for basically having the same kind of bylaw for an ISDAB in their municipality. So the membership in the membership portion that was already explained earlier, that's section 5, that text was changed. And on 161.9, we only have one Schedule A, took the sample bylaw out because we want everybody to make their own bylaw, which still has to be substantially similar, but the only attachment to this agreement would be Schedule A, third document shown on page 160.
Can you just refresh my memory who the board members are?
Yes, you can see it on page 157 of the agenda. The partner municipalities are Town of Lamont, Town of Bruderheim, Town of Dare, Village of Andrew, Village of Chipman, and County of Maine. With Lamont.
I'm thinking who sits on the board?
Who sits on the board? And we have that I will take it back to you after the break. The board members are members at large.
And those would be the ones that are existing right now with
Yes.
Sophie on it.
Yes, they have to be, yes, that doesn't change the board membership.
Yeah.
Because council appointed the board members at the organizational meeting and may review the appointment or appoint more members at the next organizational meeting.
Are they using everybody, like doing a rotation of people to,
Yes, it depends on who's available and who has time at the moment, and also if we need chair for the board meeting. It would be good if that would be somebody that has already
so
done.
they
chair.
took courses and stuff and they can call, so. It seems like the same ones they were, I don't know who they're calling, but they were saying it's the same people over and over and over and the rest of the board, it's not even.
I call and send a message out if I look for board members to all of them, and it depends on who replies first. Then when I have 3 members that say they can come on that particular date that the hearing is scheduled for, then they will be on board.
You can just email to us whenever you get.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Easy peasy.
Okay, so any other questions, concerns?
No.
Okay, so if we want to somebody make a motion. For this, right,
That the Lamont Committee of the Whole direct administration to bring back bylaw 902.26 to the next council meeting.
all right, questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
Thank you. So,
Can somebody bring us back to a regular council meeting, please?
Lamont County Committee of Whole returned to April 28, 2026, regular council meeting at 11:53 a.m.
Okay, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. We don't have any director's reports at this time, so we'll move on to committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Naka.
Nothing for me.
All right, begin.
I just had one, it was the Waste Commission. We talked a little bit about the budget that was coming up. We're talking about our new cell that we're gonna build. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward, so that's the only thing I have. Yeah, I will. Yes.
He doesn't belong with the other issues for keeping.
Oh. You should keep a gurney here.
As long as it's keeping you okay.
Yeah.
You know, the ED and you're talking dirty. It's gonna go opposite the spectrum.
Do that, if you wanna do that.
we just want to separate it out, so we have in the minutes who reported.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
The-
Commission.
Waste Commission, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bring your fork over up here in a minute.
My kid took a grandson to the dump, he was only 3 weeks old.
Waste Commission as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Mr. Throws.
I got one. It's the Lamont Rural Health Committee, RHAPT. They are discussing a logo and for the committee, treasurer's report we had. They do have a conference up in Peace River in late summer. Welcome baskets, they are looking for help with the welcome baskets for new dog is in October 68th at Peace River, that's where it is. June 3rd at Killam, they have a conference there. They were looking for somebody to join one of the members. The helicopter pad update, the upgrade is gonna be happening at the hospital, they talked about. And appreciation, day for the doctors show at the hospital. And that's about it. The next meeting is May 20th, and they discussed the meeting dates. We're on every third Wednesday third Wednesday. They wanna go to every third Tuesday is what they wanna do.
Okay, can you, what was that on for her, just for clarification?
Alberta RHPAT. It's the abbreviation, Rural Health Committee meeting and stuff on there, so.
Alright,
R. I gotta get it, the RHPT.
This is a disaster.
Lamont County Council accept Gerald Roski's report on RHPTA information meeting.
I say all in favor?
I think there's gotta be an A in there, sorry, RHPAT.
So let's get an audio, that means nothing.
Or, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carry. All right, so I have just a couple. Went last week to Fort Saskatchewan, to the Chamber of Commerce, Fort Saskatchewan State of the City address. They just spoke on how they're doing with the Dow Centennial being built, the new facilities being built. How their finances were doing. They seem to be very well off. I had another meeting. The interim CAO was with me. We met with the CAO CEO meeting. That went very well. We have a mediator it's for the discussions on the regional fire agreement. It was Andrew, actually, their CAO from there, has taken over to retain the mediation company. We're gonna use some mediation. We're working with them, so it doesn't look like we're just tearing over. They're participating, all towns and villages. So that went really well. And we just had a meeting yesterday. Just a quick meeting on the new strychnine guidelines that are coming. Just a warning out to producers to be very patient. This is a Alberta government situation. Their guidelines and their training is extensive to be able to acquire strychnine. So it's not our county requirements. This is an Alberta government protocol. So that's all I have for right now. I have a couple more meetings this week and next, so it'll be on the next agenda. So I make a motion that Lamont County Council accept Reeve Wick's report on Chamber of Commerce for Fort Saskatchewan, the CAO CEO meeting, and the strychnine meeting. STRYCHNINE as information.
Okay, I'm gonna add to the strict.
All in favor?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
There you go.
I would add to the strychnine meeting we had yesterday, it's not gonna be easy to get, there's a course. And it's gotta be the landowner that gets the permit, so if you're renting from, what I have is a 90-year-old lady, and 50 years after we worked up and it's full of gophers. She would be the one that would have to get the permit, take the course. And there's a lot to it. You gotta collect, you gotta be out there daily and collect any deads and bury them. And it's not gonna be easy. They're gonna have a $50,000 fine if you're not compliant, 500,000 to the municipality. It's not gonna be an easy thing to get, so I'm not really holding my breath too much. It's about a couple-hour course. But the part of the landowner has to take it, and a lot of my renters are, I'm old and they're older than me, so it's not gonna work. But the other thing I got to report, I went to Rooterine Volunteer Appreciation Dinner last Tuesday. Excellent food, excellent entertainment, a really good turnout from what I gather all the events. And excellent job by the FCSS staff and stuff. The people were really appreciative of it, and I know it was the second day and it went very well. I was gonna go to more, but something came up with our neighbor, so.
Just repeat that for us.
What they were.
Yeah, the strychnine, update from Alberta government, basically. There'll be a thing, I'm gonna text out to my, text out to, the farmers, I have a couple farmer group chats. And, the strychnine and the other one is, FCSS, volunteer. Appreciate, I looked at her. Nine, update for Alberta government and FCSS, appreciation event as information.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. I think at this point in time, we
You
will
might have to share.
break for lunch. We'll come back at 12:45.
That strychnine at the end is NINE.
Yes, we will correct that.
Okay, yeah.
We will correct that. Thank you.
So this time we'll do a lunch break. We'll be back at 12:45 and carry on. Thank you, guys. we will start right back off at number 12 with correspondence for action.
Also, this is a request from the food bank for some municipal promotional items, food banks Alberta conference gift basket, and our economic development manager Shane Olson has already provided some promotional items.
Perfect. That's taken care of.
Yes. The second correspondence item for action is a letter from Mr. Svenka. And this is regarding a farm award that is proceeding, I believe. That provides some history of his family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's just, his family's been here for 130 years this year. He's asking for some county recognition. Celebration they're having is on August 29th, 2026, so. We can leave that in somebody's hands.
Or has provided this farm an award a few years ago. And the second, the third correspondence item is from the same letter writer. It is regarding the seniors' notes to have snow removal, as we talked before in our guide. He suggests that they could be a standing letter.
We've had other people take advantage of the program and have where parents are no longer, or people that are covered under the medical are no longer on the facility or on the site. They keep using it to be able to get in, so we prefer to have a current doctor's note, and they can start at any time, August, right till November 15th, I think is when it is.
Yeah.
Have it in by November 15th. I understand it's a little bit of an inconvenience, but it also helps keep our rates down, just because there is the people that have been caught taking advantage of the situation. So
That's the only way we control it.
Yeah, otherwise, it would be a great idea.
yeah,
It's gonna be taken advantage of 100%.
so. All right, moving on to number 13, correspondence for information.
Yes, the following items are for information only, unless we're going to make a resolution on that particular item. The first one is a public review commission update. They have been doing very long. And how people can explain to them. And the second item, 13.2, is an analysis from the RMA regarding Bill 28. And this discussion length and gives you a good overview about what Bill 28 contains and how it is interpreted by our.
You sent us for information if you guys want to know, read details and or read the work. If there's any yes and no, we're interested in doing that.
I think there's a Zoom one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it tomorrow? Yeah, that's right.
That's for elected officials.
These move upon. So they gave up. With a week notice, I guess. It's been going to the week already.
That is
Up there.
But 13.5 was just the notice of two bills to step out of the individual collaboration framework, SDF. And Bruderheim let us know that they have a new CEO on item 13.7. Item 13.8, the Village of Andrew, Mayor Romania, thanks Lamont County and the volunteers for the appreciation, for the volunteer appreciation. The village. FCSS. Then there is information from other up 30.9 Eastern Alberta Trade Corridor. There was the global forum that took place in this last month.
Yeah.
And there was indeed what they discussed on, and it is a cooperation of the you see on the map on 246. Then on page 247 is the Beaver Hills Bulletin, information on what they're doing.
English number 11, 13.7. We already signed up. There's a couple of the council members already signed up to go. Absolutely. To the summer tour.
I think I received them.
Weekend, yeah.
Weekend, I did Beaver Hill. The Weekend County, I signed up.
Yeah.
Please, yeah. If you have not signed up and would like to, please let us know.
Looks like it'll be a nice tour. Yeah.
12 is an invitation to Life in the Heartland in Josephsburg.
Yeah.
On Wednesday.
Yeah. I'll go to that. Get a bit for correspondence. Do you have an idea?
No, that's all. You want to make an individual review, please let us know. Or we can.
Lamont County Council accept all correspondence items as information.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you have your calendar now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was looking at it last night, I was like, what's an ACCPA conference? I know it's not.
Yeah. That's about it.
That is the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association conference.
That's the one we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what it was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, what did I forget?
There was no space to write it all out in this little square.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and if you guys want me, like, I'm gonna go May 13th to the open house. Like in the heartland there, yeah. Yeah. Now we got.
Yeah, I might not go, but you could still be down for it anyhow. That's
Yeah,
Pretty good, pretty good.
it's a food.
yeah. I think,
What time is that again?
Sure. Okay, there's no other information to add besides you guys write in your own committee meetings in your calendar.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
If there's nothing else to add, we can take, I'll make a motion on the Lamont County Council adopt the council calendar for May 26 or 2026 as information. All in favor?
Yeah.
Great. All right, at this time, we'll move into close session. Can I have somebody moves into closed session? Thank you.
Lamont County Council approved that April 2026 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 1:01 PM to discuss the following items. 15.1 economic development update ATIA section 19. 15.2 correspondence item ATIA section 21. 15.3 is personal matter ATIA section 20-1.
All right. Okay.
Video on, audio on.
All right, we'll make a motion to accept the information.
Sure, Lamont County Council accept the economic development update discussed in closed meeting as information.
Right, all in favor? Carried.
Yeah. That Lamont County Council accept the correspondence item discussed in the council meeting as information. Close council meeting.
All right, all in favor? Carried.
Lamont County Council accept the personal matter as information.
All right, all in favor? Yep, that's carried. I will adjourn the meeting at 1:48 P.M. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.